Good morning, traders. Today is Wednesday, May 12th. My name is Charles, and this is the Pirate Traders live stream. Okay, I'm starting today with the daily candles out. As a reminder that when the SPX opens, okay, it's going to open below this trend line, which in my opinion increases the odds it needs to rotate down to the 50 moving average. Okay, so that's the first thing I'm seeing that's standing out to me as important, that's going to open below there. We're going to leave that until the market opens. Okay, so now let's look at the overnight activity. Obviously yesterday, the overnight from the night before last brought us down here to lower levels with a huge gap down. We barely tried to fill that gap at all. We pushed down, made all new lows down here, much lower than we made last week. And then we pulled back into range and started to balance up in here around this 4140 level. Okay, so at the end of the day, I said this could mean anything. This could mean we're going to push back higher to fill the gap. This could mean another push lower. We'd have to wait and see what the overnight activity did to the market. Well, now we know, right? They pushed the market lower. The high of the overnight market came just up to exactly to the tick, the week K period reference, which actually was also K and N, both week there. Okay, so it came right up to that to a tick, hit it, and then sold off. Okay, where did it sell off to? This much volatility, I really got to zoom in and out a lot. Below the low that we had yesterday in the regular trading hours. So now we are opening inside of yesterday's range, which increases the odds that we're just going to have chop this morning, but not necessarily quite as much because we're not in the value area. It's particularly potent, the early morning chop, when you're inside the value area of the previous day. The fact that we're below and that it had such thin volume increases the odds, in my opinion, that we could get a directional move here relatively soon, but I would expect some chop at the open. Okay. As far as which direction I think the move is going to go, value is now trending lower. Okay. Yesterday's value was below the previous days. And then we have the overnights, 2 nights in a row, trending lower. And we trade value, not price, right? Value, the blue shaded box, makes up 70% of the day's trade. If 70% of the day's trade is moving lower and lower and lower, the value, the fairest price to do business, is moving lower. Okay, so you would expect the price will follow. As far as where to enter trades and where to exit trades here, I think getting back up inside of yesterday's value area. Oh, the market is open. Getting back up inside yesterday's value area. All right, I'm going to go ahead and delete this because we opened below it, which means it's repaired. Yeah, by getting back up into that value area, we increase the odds that we'll rotate back up to the highs of yesterday. So that would be a very good long if we get up into there. And then once the lows show back up on my screen, I can tell you what to do with those. Market internals opening bearish, not terribly so, but bearish. And that's to be expected with the push down in the overnight. Okay, so yeah, if it got below the low of yesterday, that to me would also be very bearish. At the very least to test the overnight low, if not further continuation. Okay, it looks like we're getting a counter auction to the overnight inventory being mostly short here. The market is pushing its way back up. So potential resistance for the market to the upside here. Our halfback right here at 41.2975 corresponds nicely with the beginning, or with the little dark blue node of volume that's just right next to it from the overnight, and then where the prominent POC from the overnight is, and that little node of volume just above it, anywhere in this area. So you're looking at like 29 to 33-ish could become resistance. Marco, good morning to you. Welcome. Good to see you. Design Knob is back. Good morning to you, Design Knob. Shiv 8 is here. Who you shiving, Shiv 8? Is it 8 people, or did you do your shiving in 2008? This is the question. Philip is here. Good morning to Philip. Arch Leon, can you hyphenate out your name again? This time I promise I'll remember now that you've been back a few times. I feel terrible murdering your name every day. Spell it out for me one more time and I promise I'll remember. But good morning and welcome. Mediterra is here. Good morning to you. Lamus is here. Probably inside day. Could be balance, right? The idea that the market needs to balance wouldn't be unreasonable here. But the only sort of signal to me that that might not be the case is the fact that the overnight market tested lower prices, right? If the market was just going to balance, overnight probably would have gotten stuck inside this range here where the value was for yesterday. But instead it did a lot of trading to try to stay in that range. You can see there was a lot of trading that took place here, but they ended up breaking lower, okay? So that's sort of the first signal that prices might need to explore lower levels. And then also the fact that value is lower. You can clearly see yesterday's value is below the previous days, and the overnight was lower 2 nights in a row. So that's just all kind of pointing down. So pretty much to me, what's more likely today is either balance or a push lower. But never say never. Markets are random and anything can happen, so we'll take it one step at a time. Value is lower today so far. RK Leon. Okay, now I'll get it. RK Leon. I always want to say Archie. Archie Leon. Okay. Welcome. You're a member now. You're one of us. I'm putting in the effort to learn your name. That's a big deal. All right, so we're pushing our way up into where the halfback from yesterday was, where that prominent POC from the overnight is. Let's see if we get some resistance up in here. Internals all still in bearish territory, but working their way towards bullish. Wanted to open up that SBX chart just to see where we open. So we did open below that trend line. Okay. To me, the next target to the downside is the 50 moving average, which is at about 40.47 down here. Probably be closer actually to 40.60 something when we get to it. If you're a regular to the channel, please hit that like button, the little thumbs up symbol that you see. That helps the algorithm know that I'm pretty cool and they ought to send people my way. I've also heard that sometimes when people push that thumbs up button, their life instantly improves. They meet the love of their life. A relative they'd never met dies and leaves them a bunch of money. They overcome their heroin addiction. Just anything that you need. That's what happens if you push that thumbs up. Thank you, Trading Donkey. Yeah, I do. The way I look at the SPX is I just kind of visually look at it, right? If it's coming close to its MA, I just know it's going to find support. I'm not looking at the exact dollar amounts. But yes, thank you. They are usually about $10 off from each other. There you go. So, you know I'm not full of shit, chat. News Blip is verifying literally all those things, including his heroin addiction. All of it got better by just pushing that like button. Still only 37 people push it. This is life-changing, guys. This could literally change your whole life. All right, so we're back down here at the open. I think it's safe to say that the initial counter auction to the overnight inventory is over. We found some resistance just before getting to that half-back level. So what does that make me think? It makes me think that if the market tries pushing its way up in here again, there's going to be lots of inventory up here, right? And we're going to have to kind of grind our way through these levels. But let's see where we go to the downside. Once again, getting below yesterday's low, very bearish. You can almost certainly count on, if we break yesterday's low, a trade down towards the overnight low. Breaking that, further downside continuation. Newsblip, I am so sorry to hear that. That is unfortunate. The good news is, you know what cures fentanyl addiction? Hitting that subscribe button and that notification bell every time. It's the #1 doctor recommended cure. And let's be real, Trading Donkey, you didn't really like that dog, did you? Be honest. You didn't like that dog. Hello to Leanne from Singapore. Welcome. Marco, already raking in the profits this morning. Congrats, brother. John Doe. That's right. You push the like button and then your doorbell rings and heroin just arrives. It's crazy. Good morning, Frank from Norway. Welcome. Okay, looks like we're trying to push up to take another stab at getting into this node of volume here. We'll need the ticks to really get going. The ticks would be the first of the internals to start to give us a bullish signal. They got to get above that zero line. The first step is showing a slight trend higher. That's good, but now we need to get above that zero line to really get any kind of push. Marco, I use software called Window Trader. Window spelled without a W at the end. You can look it up at windowtrader.com. And if you download the software, they have like a bunch of templates, and I think this one is called like Blue on Blue. Well, of course, that's in the eye of the beholder, Frank. But yeah, it's about $300 a month for the software and the data feed. This Blip, are you talking about the likes? Yeah, it did work. Uh, no, I literally just use it to look at it. What you guys are seeing here on your screens, and then I take the trades on TradingView. Jitten's here. Good morning to you, my friend. Welcome. Okay, so that attempt to push higher, they couldn't really get much for it. Can't get those ticks up above the zero line. Seems like the market wants further downside continuation here. Wants to test some lower levels. I'm not saying that this is the high of the day, but if it was, it would be good taper. Okay. We have good taper on both ends. I don't like the 39 contracts on the low. But if this were the high, I can accept 99 contracts. Market's still figuring itself out here. Keep in mind, if the market can work its way down into the single prints from the C period yesterday, you can also see there were single prints in the overnight as well in that area. So there's just not a lot of support there. So I would think if the market opens, pushes lower here, that would take us down towards yesterday's low to look for support there. Once again, if yesterday's low breaks, I think the overnight low becomes a very solid target, just because we have these two old weak references right there as well that need to be repaired. Okay, the market is now one time framing lower, which is bearish. Okay, probably going to backfill some of these levels here where we only have like 65 contracts, 200 contracts. Backfill a little bit of this. But then down here at the low, we only have 4 contracts, right? Not good taper. Increases the odd. The market needs to push its way down here once more. Okay, starting to get those ticks that are able to poke up above. Haven't been able to get one that closes above the 0 line, but it's starting to pick up a little bit here on the internals. All right, well, it seems like we're finding support around this 4108 to 4110 level right here, where these nodes of volume. Every time we tried to push down into that, we just found support, 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 support. And then as that was happening, the ticks were slowly grinding their way higher. And they're now getting up above that zero line, or at least here in the NYSE. They are not quite yet in the NASDAQ. And then you're starting to see the green candle showing here on the other two internals. So this could be a sign that support is stepping in here at this level. If it were to come down here again and it breaks and does try to go down here and put some more contracts in the low, I still think this low is weak because it's only 4 contracts. If it does, that would probably lead to further downside continuation because all the people who've been buying here as support, they'll exit their trades. Okay, so here we go, testing out that 4110 level of support. Can that hold once again? Or will the added pressure break through? Going down here to put some more volume at these lows. If so, I think the low of the day is going to be tested from yesterday. And like I said, if that can't hold the support, it doesn't have to hold to the tick, but if this general area can't hold the support, I think targeting the overnight low is well within reason. Okay, the printing of the C period here continues the one time framing lower, but we do have these single prints that we left behind here in the B period, increasing the odds that the market will need to go in and backfill those first, or just backfill them at some point today. Nope, I don't talk about my trades on this channel. I just give people insight on what I'm seeing in the market. What is the market generated information telling me? Right now, the market generated information is telling me the market is trending down. So I'm only looking for short trades, but I don't talk about my entries and exits. Rocket. Money for nothing and chicks for free. Yeah, Jamie recalls. I used to trade live, but my success rate just kept going down and down the more I did it. It's just the stress when you're wrong and you're publicly, like when I enter a trade and then I start to feel like I'm wrong, there's like an internal monologue I could tell myself to stay in the trade. To be like, okay, let it do this, let it do that. It's just bringing in these players, it's doing this. But when you're public and then there's like strangers watching you on the internet, that pressure is like tenfold, and it just makes it so much harder to manage your own decisions. Okay, so there's the low of yesterday. If we can't find support here, I think a target to the overnight low is well within reason because we have these two weak references left behind from 4.9 just above that level. Remember, we do have the single prints left behind in the B period, though, so we might need to pull back up and fill those. So once again, leaving only 9 contracts at the low. Not a great end to the auction process, but otherwise good taper. It's backfilling these levels where we only had a couple hundred contracts. No, the volume data over here on the left part of the profile just shows us how much total trade took place at that price level. It doesn't indicate whether that is long or short. Okay? It's just all the trade that takes place. Tick starting to trend down here, getting some higher lows. The slower internals also starting to trend down again. Okay, we need one more tick of excess to the downside to repair this weak shape period low we left behind on 4.9. The downtrend remains intact. Okay, well, we broke the overnight low. I should think that there would be some buyers that would step in here. If not, further downside continuation. Keep in mind, we got lots of single prints here in the C period, and we still have these single prints we left behind in the B period. So plenty of reason for the market to push back up to find resistance somewhere here in this area. But if not, the trend continues down. Yes, thank you for pointing that out. Am, I appreciate it. The internals make me feel like the market is about to find a low, just because they're not that terribly bad. They are bearish across the boards, but they're just not that bad. They're not that bearish. So I really just think we're hunting for some buyers in here somewhere. And then we get the push back up to backfill some of these single prints. Lauren, I don't look at whatever it is that you're specifically referencing there. Um, I just don't trade markets that way, looking at those sorts of like measured moves and stuff like that. I trade it more in terms of trends and support and resistance. So right now, the trend is down, okay, which means the price will likely continue to go down. And I'm just looking for a place where the market will find support, okay? Um, what I was talking about a few moments ago was just the internals. They don't look terrible, right? Whereas if I felt like we were going to have a crazy day where we're selling all the way down into these levels, getting down to that sort of 50 moving average on the daily candle, which I think is around 40.70. Um, if that's what I was worried about, I would expect to see these internals really breaking below the ticks below the 1,000 line. I'd expect to have seen a big red candle starting to form here. So the fact that we aren't getting that just yet is an indication that the market is looking for a low, but I don't think we're there yet. We haven't found support. So the trend continues as long as the bottom of my chart down here says the market is trending lower. My assumption is that the price will keep going lower. Jack, as for when will it go up, your guess is as good as mine, my friend. No way to know. If you put a gun in my head right now, I would say maybe when it gets to the 50 moving average on the daily. So you can see here we broke through the 20 moving average. The last few times we've done that, we've broken through the 20. We've had to go test the 50. Okay. So let's see what happens when we get down here to the 50. This is the next like major support for the market. We'll probably be getting to it around, and this is on the on the SPX at around 40.60. And then that's the next like major support that could be the bounce that the market needs to push higher again. On the question of where will we find resistance for the next push down, tricky to say here at this point. This is thin volume, so there's not a lot of volume nodes to sort of go off of. But you just look for the little pink ones. So this could be resistance here at about 4,100. Okay. And then where the POC is up here and the halfback, that's the next major resistance. But we also have these single prints. Okay. So these are like a big, weak reference, potentially pulling us higher. Yeah, Jack, it's in a corrective phase. That's what it does. It starts to build momentum in one direction, and it just keeps going that way. It's great when it's the momentum to the upside. Not as great when it's momentum to the downside. Okay, thus far this downtrend in the ticks is holding. We can see that. A green candle that breaks up and through this on the ticks here would be the first potential to start to push higher. But as long as this downtrend stays intact, market will continue to sell. One time framing in the D period continues lower, but we do have all these single prints left behind by the C, likely to get backfilled. All right, let's take a look at the NQ here. This one actually looks better than the ES to me. Only one set of single prints just here in the C period. Your overnight in the NQ didn't get below yesterday's range. That's slightly more bullish there. So on the NQ, first look for the retrace up to 13,100. Okay, filling those single prints, and then potential resistance in this first little node of volume around 13,105. That's where the resistance could potentially be. Jack, unfortunately, I don't. I am working on a series, but I haven't got it made yet. But you feel free to watch the channel and ask any questions. If there's something you're confused about, there is no question that is dumb. There are other people like you that are brand new and don't know what they're looking at. This looks like the Matrix to them, so feel free to ask. As far as what we're looking at here, if you don't understand this chart over here on the left, the blue chart, this is a market profile chart. The market profile just uses the same data as the candlesticks. It just organizes it in a three-dimensional way. Okay, so that I get to see price, time, and volume all at each individual level. Okay, we're backfilling these single prints here in the C period. Looks like we're about to break that downtrend in the ticks. Could be a sign that the market is ready to rotate up. Well, Jack, there's a lot of things. It's kind of hard to just list them all out for you. You'll start to get really, really, really confused. Um, but essentially, I'm watching. I'll just tell you what I'm watching right now. Okay. The first thing I'm watching is the one time framing lower because the B period, the high of it, is below the high of the A period up here. The market is one time framing lower. Okay. So then it's same thing in the C period. Because the C period is below the B, the market is one time framing lower. Because of that, I believe the market is in a downtrend. So I'll just be watching that. If that changes, if this D period, by the way, each one of these letters represents a 30-minute time period. It's the same as like a 30-minute candle. If the D period gets up here and gets above the C period by 2 ticks, then I will know the downtrend is over and the market just wants to rotate. It just wants to go up and down. So that's the first thing I'm watching. Do we continue to one time frame lower? If we do, I assume lower prices. The next thing I'm watching are these single prints. The spots right here in the C period. You see where this yellow line is? And then up here in the B period, where there's only one letter running across. So here there's 2 letters, 2 letters, 2 letters. But in these 2 spots, there's only one. Those are called single prints. When you have single prints that are inside the range like this, they almost always get backfilled, meaning the market will push price up right to this low of the B period and just fill that in and then push down again. It's very, very common. It happens almost every day. If these don't get backfilled, if by the end of the day these are here still, it's a sign of a double distribution. It's a sign of a change in the market that took place here, but we won't know that until the end of the day. So that's the second thing I'm watching. So the first thing I'm watching is the market still one time framing down? Yes, I assume the price is going to go down. Do we still have single prints that need to be backfilled? Yes. So there's a chance the market might need to come up and backfill those first, right? That's kind of, and then that's just the first few things, but I'm constantly adding to my narrative in that way. Okay, let's jump over to the NQ real quick. So yeah, the first resistance is at the filling of the single prints on the NQ, which is at somewhere around between like 1304 and 1308. Sorry, 13104 and 13108. Somewhere in this area is the first set of resistance. Is it super strong? No, not really. Just above it is where at like 13116, this is more resistance in here. But you start getting this close to the C period. The thing about entering a short here is that it's a good risk reward, right? Because you could put your stop just 2 ticks above the C period, and then you'd know, if the market buys its way up to this level, you've got the cessation of one time framing, the market's likely to go rotational. So that's a good place to exit the short if you're looking for a place where you'd be wrong, and then you're only risking from here to here in the trade. But I'd first wait to fill those single prints. Essentially the same thing on the ES here. Jack, you've just asked the question of all questions that's about to drive my entire audience of the people who are here on a regular day basis crazy, because I do this all the time, but I'm happy to explain what makes a stock move in price. And it's human emotion, my friend. That's what does it. So every financial asset is going through a constant two-way auction process. So imagine an art auction, right? How does it work? The auctioneer brings out a painting. He says, look at this beautiful painting. And then he starts the bidding, right? He says, I'm going to start the bidding at $1,000. Do I hear $1,000? Nobody lifts up their paddles. So then he lowers the bid, right? He goes, do I hear $900? Nobody is willing to pay $900. So he lowers the bid again. $800. Do I hear $800? Somebody in the audience just can't wait any longer. They want that painting so bad, and to them $800 is a steal, so they just lift up their paddle. So then the auctioneer, boom, I have 800. Do I hear 900? Right? He then starts the bid going back up again. 900, boom, another paddle goes up. I have 900. Do I have 1,000? Boom, another paddle goes up. Wait a second. Just literally 1 minute beforehand, he asked if anybody was willing to pay $1,000, and nobody was willing to pay $1,000. Now somebody's willing to pay it. Well, that's funny. What changed about the painting in the last 1 minute? Absolutely nothing. So then he keeps going. I have 1,000. Do I hear 1,100? I have 1,100. Do I hear 1,200? 1,200. Do I hear 13? I hear 14. I hear 15. I got 1,500 to the lady in the back. Right? So now all of a sudden somebody is willing to pay $1,500 for the exact same painting that 2 minutes beforehand nobody was willing to pay $1,000 for. Well, why? Why is that happening? Because every single person in that room has their own idea of what paintings they want to buy, right? And why they're buying them. Are they buying it because they're in love with it, because they think it's beautiful and they want it in their house? Are they buying it just as an investment to sell it in a year? Are they buying it as an investment to sell it in 20 years? So everybody has their own idea of what that is worth and what they are willing to pay for it. But then once the auction starts, once that auctioneer starts spouting off super fast, give me that. Well, I got the 1,500, give me the 1,500, 13, 13 going to 14, 14 going to 15, 15 do I hear 16, 16 do I hear 17? Well, I just did that really well. When he starts doing that, we get excited, right? Our emotions start to kick in. Fear of missing out on the opportunity. Greed in thinking, oh man, look at how much all these people are willing to pay. If I buy it, I'll be able to sell it to somebody else down the line for even more money. All right. So greed and fear and all these emotions start to set in, and then the bid goes up and up and up and up and up. And before you know it, the painting that wouldn't sell for $1,000 at the start of the auction sells for like $5,000. Okay. So that's how auctions work. They start with a principle of like the underlying value of the asset, which each participant decides for themselves. Everybody who's buying the S&P 500 right now has a different reason. Some are scalpers, some are long-term traders, some are short-term traders, some are swing traders. Some are buying, because they believe in the underlying stocks. Some are buying just because they see a trend. Everybody's got their own story for why they want to buy or sell a particular stock or market or whatever. And then they've got their own levels where they feel like is a fair price using whatever mechanism that they're using. But the difference between stocks and a painting is, with a painting, there's only one painting. So the auction can only go in one direction. The auction can only go up. Once you get your first bidder, the auction can't go down ever again. It can only go up. Whereas with stocks, there's like millions of shares of that stock. So it's almost like the same painting is being brought out over and over and over all day long, and everybody's just bidding on the same painting over and over again. Well, of course, then the auction's going to go both ways. He'll bid it up to 3,000. He'll sell a few at 3,000. Then no one will be willing to pay that anymore, and he'll have to bid it back down to 2,000 and then 1,000, right? So that's what's going on all day, every day in the stock market, is this constant two-way auction process of the price being pushed higher and higher and higher until there's just nobody willing to pay that much anymore. And then the auction to the downside starts lower and lower and lower until it's such a good deal that they just can't pass it up and they buy it up like crazy. Okay. So I hope that helped or didn't just totally confuse the shit out of you. My pleasure, Jack. I've only used that example about 10,000 times on this channel. Most people are sick of it. But it really does help you understand what you're looking at in the charts. Well, Shiv, what you're talking about is that's computers, right? There are algorithms that have been designed to do what's called arbitraging. So, for example, take just the S&P 500. The S&P 500 has lots of different ways to trade it. You got the underlying stocks. You could buy or sell them. You could buy ETFs, which are basically like buying full shares in the market. You could buy futures. You could buy options on futures. You can buy options on the ETFs. You can buy options on the underlying stocks. And then there's even an options chain that settles to cash, the SPX. So it's like you've literally got all these different avenues to trade the exact same indices. So the same painting in this analogy. You guys didn't see it, but I just did air quotes. Looks like we're about to go fill those single prints here in the C period. Market wants to get up there and get those filled in. So the way the arbitrage bots work is that they buy and sell against each other on the different indices. So for example, if the SPX is going up faster than the S&P futures, the bots will buy S&P futures and they'll sell the SPX until the two level out. And this is happening all day, everywhere on Earth in a fraction of a second. Like it's computers doing it. So it happens so quickly that we are completely unaware of it. But that's how they all stay stuck together. And it's the same thing with the reactions, right? There are bots that are programmed for if, the stock market starts to randomly sell off, they recognize that pattern and then they start selling commodities or buying bonds or whatever the thing is that they're programmed to do. Okay, so the market's failure to fill those single prints is a further sign of weakness. Okay, the one-time framing continues. Tick still kind of having a hard time trying to get up above the zero line. And the downtrend continues in the other internals. Market could be gearing up here for another push lower. It's my pleasure, Shiv. And Joshua, thank you for that amazing review. Yeah, it's not easy to make an example now because we've just cleaned them all up. But as the market works its way higher, I mark levels on the chart where I think something important that I should just know is there the next time the market comes back. So, for example, the low from 4.9, I marked that because that's potential support the next time the market trades down to this level. And then just below it from the day before, I've got 2 week references. So those act as like magnets that pull price to them when it gets near them. So that's, those are the ones I have there. You can see this was a balance area high. Again, that's just a reference where the market spent a bunch of time trying to break above this level. So the idea is once it breaks above, if it comes back down, that becomes support. That's just sort of the way I do it. I just keep track as we go up so that if we come back down, I know where to find support. Am, you know me so well. I literally just like 2 minutes ago was like, fuck, it's 8:20 and the chat's already lighting up. Uh, okay, with the printing of the E period here, we just pulled the POC lower. That is the point of control, the little green letters you see here. And the point of control, we think about that as the fairest price to do business. So if we just pulled, where was it in the B period and C period? It was up here. So if we just pulled the fairest price to do business from 41.09 down to 40.98, that would increase the odds the market's ready to push lower. Okay, the fairest price to do business is lower. We continue one time framing in the E period. If the E period is able to get up here and start filling these single prints left behind from the C, that would be the cessation of one time framing. If it can't do that, I expect further downside continuation. Okay, so we created a poor low here in the E period. Poor low increases the odds that it'll be repaired, get at least 2 more ticks below it, but we often get a push away first. If we don't get any kind of push away and we immediately go back and repair this, it's a sign of more bearishness and likely further downside continuation. Okay, we got good excess in this E period low. Not great taper though. Yeah, 600, 700, 300, 800, 100. Not great taper. Rocket, you think we're getting to that 50 moving average today? You think we're getting down to 70 today? I mean, we are definitely bearish, but it's not super bearish. We're just kind of drifting lower. It's not like this is fear and anxiety and panic that's taking us lower. It's a very calm and collected, just slow push lower. So potential resistance to the upside is this little node of volume we're in now. And then just above the POC here, this node of volume right here could act as resistance. Getting above the 4101 level probably means we're going to try to go up there and fill those single prints left behind from the C period, which would be the cessation of one time framing. So I think it's probably more likely we find resistance in here and then have another push down. But it could go either way. Jack, is it normal? Yes, absolutely. Right? We always have corrections in the market. The market can't go up forever, as I just told you with the two-way auction process. Eventually, you auction it up as high as it can go. You run out of people willing to pay that price, and then the market starts to pull back. As soon as the market starts to pull back, all those people who are holding inventory, they start to freak out, right? Everybody who owns the shares, as they're losing money each day as the price goes down, their fear, right, gets more and more potent, and then they exit their trades, which leads to more selling, which leads to more selling. So sometimes you have, all right, so we're up in this node of volume right here. Do we find some resistance? Pulling the Ferris price higher, slightly bullish. If we can't find any resistance, I think we're going to go up and try to fill the single prints. If not, further downside continuation. But yeah, so it's the idea that two-way auction process, once you run out of buyers who are willing to pay, you know, the full price. Let me just zoom out here for a second. You know, once you run out of buyers up here, like we did at the all-time highs, the selling, the pullback comes very, very quickly. Oh man, my data is so slow. So you can see how long it took in the two-way auction process to get us back. Oh boy. Okay, well, my computer's overwhelmed at the moment, live streaming and doing all this, but you get the idea. The point is that when the market gets overbought and you run out of buyers, it has to pull back somehow. And that happens both intraday over, you know, a matter of minutes, but it also happens over a period of days and weeks and months as well. So corrections in the market like this are perfectly normal. Okay, so it seems like we did find some resistance in these levels, so the downtrend remains intact. Okay, so the market could find support here at this low, but it seems more likely if we're this close to these weak references that have been sitting here for a month. Odds are if the market's this close, it's going to try to go repair those as well. The downtrend remains intact. Okay, well, we need 2 ticks of excess below the weak reference, this weak J low from 4/8. We need one more tick to the down. Okay, there it is. It's repaired. Okay, it's starting to look like the market is looking at that 50 on the daily moving average as the next major support to the downside. Probably going to correspond with getting to this balance area high here, which should act as pretty good support, even if it's just temporary, at 40.76. Okay, so once again here in the F period, we've left a bunch of single prints behind above, increasing the odds the market will need to rotate up and fill these single prints before another push lower. Congratulations, Lewis. Keep it up. Keep those stops tight. Don't give any of it back. But that is awesome. I'm pretty much exclusively just a day trader. In and out of positions very quickly. Okay, so now we're heading up to start backfilling some of those single prints. Rocket, have a great day, my friend. Thank you for stopping by. Lamus, yeah, there's no specific amount of time, but anywhere from 1 minute to 4 hours. Somewhere in that range. I'm in a trade. It all just depends. Kathy, the next support is the balance area high at 40.76 down here. That's the next major support. Am Gossel, congratulations, brother. Trading with the real money and killing the game. You got to just keep it up. Keep that positive momentum. Keep the track record going, and you're on the path to profitability. Yes, of course, please smash that like button. Gently push the like button. Whisper sweetly to your screen that you're about to push the like button. Just whatever works for you. Those thumbs up really support the channel, and I appreciate it. Okay, so it's worth mentioning that the market's inability to fill these single prints when they're just right there and they're so easy to backfill some of them. You only got 100 contracts here at 40.85.25. So if the market is struggling to get back up into these single prints this much, it is a sign of a lack of buyers and could lead to further downside continuation. Of course, right as I say it, they give it another go. Nix the trader. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. That's what I'm here for, and that's what I love to hear. Okay, so we got a little bounce off of this balance area high to the tick, which is what it do. So let's see now if this starts to bring in some buyers. Do the ticks start to push higher? If not, the downtrend remains intact and further downside continuation. But I should hope we'd start to build some support here. Let's wait and see what happens. All right, the selling continues, looking for the next potential level of support here. Oh boy, we got ourselves a poor low we left behind. I think this is the only poor reference that I still have down here. Yeah, a couple weak references, but I think this is the last poor reference. Oh, one more. Okay. Okay, so because I don't have any real support that I see in between here and here, I'm just looking at the daily chart real quick. And once again, I'm watching that 50 moving average. This to me, probably the next support. Okay, let's switch to the futures. So that's going to be around 46, 40, 46. That would bring us in to repair this poor low that's been sitting here for a month. Okay, feels to me like the market is just backfilling here, setting up for another push lower. But we'll know if the ticks start to get up above. You can see all day long when they've gotten to where they are now, they've been pulled back down. So can they stay up here? Can they push higher? That could be an indication that this was the low. Okay. Also, we're only 6 minutes away from printing the next time period, the G period. So if the G period prints and gets 2 ticks above the F period, that will increase the odds that we'll go rotational, meaning this will probably be the low. If this does end up being the low of the day, okay, I'm not saying it is, but if it does end up being the low of the day, it's a good low. Okay, the location of it is good. The taper on it is good. I don't love the 23 contracts at the low, but that's okay because it fits with the taper, right? 900, 700, or 73. So it's good taper down to the low. It's obviously lots of good excess. So I'm not saying this is the low. The downtrend is still intact, but if it is, it's a good low. Okay. Looks like we are getting that resistance right at that same level. So probably just gearing up for lower, but let's keep an eye on that one time framing once the G period prints. Brian, it's 2 ticks. 2 ticks implies good excess. One could assume, though, on a massive sell-off like this, you're probably going to get a lot more than 2 ticks, right? The auction process is going to have to go way down. But you can see it in the taper, in the volume, right? The auction process just came to an end. They just ran out of sellers on their way down. So it could be good. So Jack, I think your question is how will I recognize a low if it's the low of the day? And that's what I'm talking about, right? I'm looking at volume. I'm looking at location. Where did it come down to? Did it come right down to a specific reference? Stuff like that. So the fact that it came, the lines are gone now, but it was like we had like a trend line up here and then the poor low down here. And it passed like way below the trend line, but it didn't come down to the poor low. So that means that it's more long-term buyers that are buying it up necessarily than short-term traders. Short-term traders are just constantly looking at the next level on the chart to trade to. So it's probably longer-term players that bought this up, so it could be a good low. Now, that being said, I did mention that the day's trend is still down, and I think the target for that is the 50 daily moving average, which is way down here. Okay? So if we can't get the cessation of one time framing here in the G period, I suspect we will get another push down lower to try to repair this poor low at 40.58.50. Okay, but we're in wait mode right now. Right here is where the market is doing its two-sided trade. It's trying to make its decision. I think if it breaks to the upside, this will be the good low for the day. But if it breaks to the downside, we will come down to this level here. Okay, so let's just wait them out and see what they do with it. On the question of whether I'm looking for a short, I am still short the market, and I'm just looking for the cessation of one time framing to get me out of the short. Does that make sense? So I stay in the short as long as the market continues to one time frame lower. Okay, so far the G period continuing to one time frame lower. If the G period can push its way up and get to this 85, 40, 85, 25 level, that will be the cessation of one time framing and will make me believe the low of the day is going to stay intact. But as long as we can't get above this F period, I think further downside continuation to follow. The flea, it's a good question. No, the ticks are their own tool. They work very, very similar to what you're talking about there. It's just the number of stocks, uh, the amount of buying versus the amount of selling on the overall indices. So the regular tick is the NYSE, and the tick Q, that's the NASDAQ. So it's just all the stocks on the NYSE, all the stocks on the NASDAQ are people going more long or short. And that's what kind of gives that its measurements. So for a simple understanding, if you're like, wait, what does that mean, Charles? So if we look at this, right, we can visually see what? Most of the action happened below the zero line, okay? And these little triangles tell you whether it closed above or below the zero line. So most of the candles closing below the zero line on both the indices means a lot more volume is going into down stocks, right? Going into the stocks, a lot more volume is going short than going long, which has been accurate today, right? As prices continue to go down. Okay, G period still just doing battle in this area, trying to figure out, are we going to get the cessation of one time framing or another push lower? Stay tuned for more. All right, well, the one-time framing stays intact. The trend stays to the downside. Ticks just couldn't get up above this level where they keep hitting resistance. Yeah, the flea, you can switch the settings in the bottom right of the YouTube screen to just HD, and then it should be a little clearer for you. Great question, Salmon River, and the answer is no. You need 2 ticks of excess to get the cessation of one time framing. So if the G period had been able to get above the F, but it only got above by 1 tick, and then it pulled back down, we'd still be one time framing lower. You need 2 ticks, which I really thought we were going to get there. So this to me feels bearish. Again, I'm just looking at that 50 moving average on the daily, and I'm thinking there's lots of people looking at that. People with deeper pockets than you or I. NQ got 1 tick. Oh boy. I'm showing it as coming right up to the tick. But yeah, it's got to be 2 ticks. Oh, you know what? I have my NQ on 2 tick increments. That's why. And as I've talked about before on this channel, I don't know, because the system that I learned from Jim Dalton, where 2 ticks equals excess, the process is always the same, right? The two-way auction process is always the same. But as far as like what specific number of letters you need on a chart, that will change based on what it is you're trading. So the 2 ticks is actually for the ES. The NQ is probably a little different, but I don't look at it enough to know what is the cessation of one time framing here. But anyway, just assume 2 ticks. And you don't even really need the one time framing. I mean, just on the NQ, the channel is so clear, right? Just imagine drawing a trend line on the lows, a trend line on the lows and a trend line on the highs on the regular candlestick. There's your channel right there. Arcalion, I don't have a Patreon, but if you wanted to send me some cash as a thank you, I'd really appreciate it. And you can just use the link in the description below. There's a little section that says tip the streamer. And you can just click that link, and then you use like a credit card or a PayPal account. Or you can tip with crypto. No pressure, though. Happy to provide this service for free. Okay, Donkey seeing the 50-day simple moving average at 40.41. Okay. We'd have to get through the poor low, or repair the poor low, and then get through this basis single prints, which was the balance area low. Again, this will be a very strong support here, but let's see what happens. Oh, geez, I just stepped away for like 2 minutes and I come back. RK Leon, the hero of the room today, $44. Appreciate you so much. That is awesome. And the Flea coming in with $5. Appreciate you too. Thank you guys. First donations in like a week. I appreciate that. That's awesome. Scott, it's in the description below the YouTube video. There's a link you can hit. Okay, we're starting to form a little bit of a trend higher in the ticks with the higher lows. We'll see if that remains. It's not a strong trend yet, but can they keep that intact? Could lead us to getting up here to that sensational one time framing. Yeah, Scott, that's the one. Shri, how about we meet in the middle? I'll say to support the stream, make donations. How about that? Or for donations to support the stream. What? Scott? Did you just have to outdo RK? That is awesome. Thank you, brother. $50. Scott says in his comments, give me a banger of a trade and I'll give you more. So are you saying if I start calling out entries and exits, you'll give me a piece of the profit? No thanks, bro. Don't want the pressure. No, Salmon, we like those show offs. Feel free to show off. Oh, Brett, yeah, that's a good call on making trade signals or whatever. Yeah, I would never do that. Too scary. I don't mind risking my own money, but the idea of risking other people's money just freaks me out. All right, so we're back in this same range where we did battle earlier. If you remember right when the G period printed, I was saying as we bounce around in this area, if we break out to the upside, it would lead to the cessation of one time framing. A breakout to the downside, further continuation. We didn't get the further continuation, so that to me is a sign of short-term strength here in the market. And now we're back to doing battle in this same area. So same MO, if we're able to get the G period above the F, we will likely have rotation for the rest of the day. And this will be a good low. But we're not quite there yet. We're still doing battle. It does look like on the NQ. Let's jump over to the NQ real quick. Like that trend. Boom, there you go. Cessation of one time framing in the NQ, increasing the odds of rotation. So I would say like rotation up probably starts to find resistance around the halfback at 13,105. Didn't quite get there in the ES though. Okay, so I'm just watching these ticks. It feels like support. The way that the market is grinding at this level, it feels like it's buyers stepping in. So I'm just watching the ticks to make sure that these higher lows, this little trend stays intact. Again, that could continue, right? We keep getting ticks with higher lows. Hey, cut it out, buddy. Dog's chewing on a chew toy. If we can continue this trend higher with the ticks, that could push us back up into value. We backfill these single prints here in the E period and then push our way towards halfback. We probably find resistance in this node of volume here. And then we rotate lower. We rotate in this area where we have such low volume right now. But I'm a little bit early on that. Let's wait till we get the cessation of one time framing. Oh boy, just pulled the POC down with the printing of the H period. We all know what that means. Fairest price to do business just got lower. That means we're going to have pulled the whole value area lower. Yep, it's now down to the low of the day, increasing the odds that the market has further downside that it needs to test. One time framing stays intact. All right, folks, that is the cessation of one time framing here in the H period. In my mind, that increases the odds that the market is going to go rotational. Now that we've pulled the POC down here to the area that we're at right now, I think probably the market pushes higher to fill these single prints and then rotates back down to the POC. Same thing with pushes lower. It pushes down into this range down here, then rotates back to the POC. Okay? If the market is able to sell itself below the F period low, which I think might be a good low for the day now, if it does sell itself below, because that's below value, I'll be looking for support to go long for a trade back to the POC. Okay? Let's take a look at the NQ. All right, yep, pushing its way up. Again, I expect it to find the next major resistance right at the halfback. There it's 13,105. Yeah, Phoenix, I'll try to remember to do that. Perfectly fair request. Well, Kathy, I can't tell you where to take profits. That's on you and your own trading strategy. I will say we still have some single prints above us. Okay, those are a weak reference that's likely to get repaired. We also have a lot of levels here right in there that have only like 100 contracts, 200 contracts here. Hey, buddy, no. 200 contracts here, 500. So anything less than 1,000, again, likely to get backfilled. But once we get to the C period low, resistance could set in. So maybe that's where you want to take your profits. Or maybe your move is to, when you get up to that level, you move your stop above break even. And then you see if you can get a push up to like half back and take your profits there. It's up to you. But just remember, once we get above the POC on a rotational day, you're now, anyone that's buying in this area is overpaying. So it increases the odds that we pull back down to here. Okay. I'm happy to hear it, Trading Donkey. Did you finally pull that St. Patty's Day meat out the freezer? Yum. Okay, market remains rotational. All right, well, I've been sitting here watching the way the market's been grinding around at these levels, trying to figure out if it's going to rotate back up to the POC. The only thing that stands out to me is the fact that when the market went rotational, that should have brought enough buyers in to at least fill these single prints here in the E period. That's at around the 40.89 level. And so the fact that it couldn't get up there is a sign of weakness. Okay? So it couldn't get up there to fill those. It barely spent any time above the POC, and then it pulled down. Well, getting to the point I was about to get to, now we've just pulled the POC lower. So I have a feeling that we're gearing up here for another push low. Get a weak I period low. There's just no buyers stepping in. That's essentially what I'm trying to explain. This is their chance. They're looking at the S&P 500 on a massive discount, and nobody seems to want to buy it. The 25% off sale is not working. They got to try the 50% off sale. So yeah, that's just what I'm starting to feel is potentially another leg down. I'm certainly not going to try to short it, but if it were to sell off below the low and find support somewhere, I would go long for a rotation back to the POC. Okay? right. Well, as I said before, yes, this is just a rotational market, but it does feel like they're building up steam for a push lower here. I'm just not sweating it that hard at this point. I don't expect it to bring in a ton of fear and panic. Just get a push lower, find some support, and then rotate back up. The market's just kind of going to sleep here. Volume is falling off, and just not as worried about panic setting in. So let's see where it finds a low, and then look for the rotation back up. All right, well, there was the rotation back up to the POC here in the J period. So the market's slowly starting to build some support here. The low of the day is holding. And all internals indicate further rotation. So look for the market to get above the POC, find some resistance, and then rotate back down. Or go below, find some support, and rotate back up. Okay, J period low is weak here because it's one tick from the G period low. Increasing the odds, we need to push a little bit lower, get a few ticks of excess. It's a weak J low. As a weak J low. Bow, bow, bow. All right, well there, oh, only got one tick. Need one more to repair that J-Lo. But the question becomes, now that we're down here at these lows, are we inviting in more sellers? Or do we just continue the rotation? Looks like we're starting to bring in some sellers here. So we might get a push lower. Once again, once we break below the F period low, we'll be looking for support to find the rotation. We'll be looking to find support for the rotation back up to the POC. It might be the repair of this poor low. It might be that 50 moving average on the daily, which on the ES looks like it's at about 40.47 right now. Okay. So let's just wait and see what happens. Yeah, as I've been saying on the question of where is the bottom of the sell-off, as I've been explaining, I think it's going to be the 50 moving average. That to me seems like very, very strong support, which is at about 47. But the fact that the market has gone rotational pretty much means we can find support anywhere and rotate back up, right? It just means every time the price pushes lower, particularly below the value area, it's just going on discount to bring in more buyers. And that's been what's happened, right? So there's not really any good specific levels to point at and say, put your orders here or whatever. We just got to kind of watch and see what the market does. That 50 moving average to me just seems so obvious, right? So many people all over the world, so many institutions look at that. There must be a huge amount of liquidity sitting at that level. And the market generally tends to move towards the greatest amount of liquidity. So to me, that 50 moving average on the daily candles is probably the best target to the downside. Until then, though, we trust the rotation, and that if we keep finding support, we'll keep rotating up, right? Okay, well, we're getting a kind of a pull back into range here, or we were in the K period, which is just normal rotation. But I do still believe we have another push lower. I'm just not really satisfied with the internals. I'm not really seeing the buyers step in with any kind of strength. So I assume that the price needs to explore lower levels in order to bring in those buyers. Potential resistance to the upside is the 20 moving average on both indices. Okay, if the market's able to get its way up to that level, that likely acts as resistance for another push lower. Otherwise, expect further rotation. Okay, so we're stuck in another one of those tricky ranges. It's actually the exact same range that we were in the last time we had this conversation during the G and H periods. But we're in this like area where the market is just doing battle, the buyers and the sellers. And so a breakout, same as before, a breakout to the upside, which is what we got before, will likely just lead to further rotation. Market gets above the POC, finds resistance, rotates back down, so on and so forth. But a failure to get back to the POC. Okay, well, then as I'm saying it, it does it. Pulls the POC down so that it can get there. Okay, so now that we're back at the POC, the question is, does this start to bring in sellers, right? We are kind of breaking the trend line down here on the 15-minute candles, so that's a bullish sign right there. And I'm just waiting to see if we can get through this 20 moving average on the NASDAQ, and that would be more bullish to me even still, because that would increase the odds we're going to do it when we get there in the SPX. So I suppose I could say I'm back to feeling rotational. I mean, the market never stopped being rotational, but I was just feeling like we were going to have a sell-off. There they go. So they got above the POC, and now they're pushing higher, looking for resistance, and then the rotation back down. Okay, so there's your resistance in the K period and a rotation back to the POC. You know me. So now we're back in ground zero, right? Market could pull down, look for support, or push higher again, look for resistance. We did break through that 20 moving average on the NASDAQ. If it were to pull back down and find support on it now, that would be extremely bullish. And we poked at it, but we didn't quite get there on the ES. So let's see if it can push through on the next attempt. Otherwise, the market remains rotational. For those of you market profile nerds out there, one might think that today is a B-shaped profile, but I'm not going to call it a B-shaped profile, even though it does look like a B-shape, because I think the stem part is just way too long. So normally a B-shaped profile is a sign of more short covering, or I'm sorry, more long liquidation, closing out of old business, necessarily the new money selling. But I don't think that's what we have here today. I definitely think there's a lot of new money selling that happened in this, and that is visible in the sort of triple distribution of the volume here. The reason I bring this up is I was just thinking to myself as the market was grinding around down here, why is the value area still so big? If we've spent all this time jumping around these levels here, why didn't the value area kind of come to high and low here? That way we'd be below value at this moment, and I'd be buying the market for the rotation back to the POC. And so then I realized, I was like, oh, the reason the value area is so big is because of how much volume traded up here around the open and then down here around the low of the overnight. Okay, and all that happened in the first hour or two of the day. So anyway, that just shows me that this is sort of like a triple distribution day. And that is a sign of piling on in the selling. So I don't see this as a classic B. I just see it as a sell-off that is currently finding two-sided trade to potentially either be support for the push back up or just another step in the road down. Okay. Random little nuance for you. 20 minutes to the M period. The market remains rotational. Okay, we got a poor low here in the L period. So poor low means it increases the odds that the market needs to retrace down and get a few ticks below the poor low here. But we often get a push away first from the poor low. So that would be like a rotation back up to the POC. If we don't get that, it shows like further weakness in the market, that the sellers are in charge. So let's see what they do with it. Arthur, on the we will jump up in the morning. I assume you mean we'll gap higher tomorrow, and it's possible, certainly. You would expect the overnight to have some sort of counter auction to ours, just because they were net short, and the market went down, right? So let me just zoom up here for a second and walk you through this. So their opening price was here. Their closing price was here, was down here. So that tells us that a majority of the business that took place in here was short, right? More of it was short than long. Often when the overnight market is a majority one direction or another, we have a counter auction, meaning we go the other way when our market opens. That's what we had today. They were a majority short in the overnight. Okay. And then we had a counter auction where we went long against them. So it wouldn't be unreasonable to imagine that all these people up here who went short in this area, when they open up their computers tomorrow morning, tonight for us, that they will see how much money they've made with their giant gap down, and they will likely want to take profits, right? So they might get a little bit of a counter auction back up into our range, into our value area, but I don't know if it'll be enough to bring in the buyers to push us to higher levels. My guess is the overnight either just rotates within our value area, or they trade lower. Okay. There is just a stronger, longer term bearish trend in play here. And I think it's going to have to be up to the regular trading hours market to find that low and begin the rotation up. All right, looks like they want to go try to repair that poor low. It's been sitting there for a month at 40.5850. So the next reliable support is going to be the base of the single prints, the value area low, here at 40.50. Okay, this overnight low doesn't mean anything. Get rid of that. All right, folks, it's the M period. Hit me in the chat with your predictions for what the market's going to do. Are we going to push down here and look for support at the base of the single prints? Are we going to try to get to that 50 moving average on the daily? Or are we going to get a push higher, back up into value, maybe in the day around the POC? Or are you a believer that we're going to push all the way back up above value, get up above half back, and start rotating around in the overnight range? Let me know your thoughts in the chat. All right, well, so far, I need some bulls in the chat here. So far, everybody's seeing a pull down to that 40-50 level or lower. Are there any bulls that want to see us rotate back up? Or has everybody been convinced by this market that stonks only go down? Brian, I think that's a fair argument to make, right? Anybody who's going long, pretty much at any point today, with the assumption that there would be a bounce point. Man, I'm losing my ability to talk here at the end of the day. That could lead them to getting frustrated here in the M period. I know that's happened to me before where I get stuck in a trade during the day. I haven't done this in a long time, obviously, because I've learned not to. But in the past, I used to get stuck in a trade during the day, go in the wrong direction, and I would just wait for M period, hoping it would bail me out. Because you'd get these crazy moves in the M period where it retraces the whole day. And so you think, oh, I'll get a chance to exit then. And I've waited it out for that. So that's not unreasonable to believe. Anyone else in the chat have a prediction for how we're going to end the day today? We're all just watching. We're all just observers of this market. That's cool. That's cool. Sorry, did I miss yours, Scott? Scott sees a rotation up to fill those single prints to 65. That seems quite reasonable to me. One might hope even that if we rotate back up into value, we might continue on our way up to the POC. But it looks like the selling pressure continues. Max. I predict pain. I don't have a Mr. T impression. I predict pain. No, I can't do it. I'm so sorry. I can't do it. Um, Philip. Okay, so what is the base of the single prints? That just means, so like what you see here in this L period, the way that we left behind these single prints here, okay, meaning that there's only one letter running across, not two or more. Um, this was the base of a single print going up. I don't have it marked what day it was, but at some point in the past, the market broke out at this level and pushed higher, okay? And it never ever came back down again. So that just means, oh man, value area just got pulled lower. That is bearish moving forward. So yeah, it just means that the last time the market did warfare, the fact that this was both the base of the single prints and the balance area low, it means the market broke out at this level, pulled back down, and found support at this level. So it was fighting the fight here, and it was getting resistance, resistance, resistance. It broke above, then it came back down, support, support, support. So that's a great level to be support or resistance the next time the market comes back to it. So unfortunately, I didn't leave a date when I marked this, but that's what it is. Single prints inside a range are a signal of a change in the day, right? Something's happened that's caused a change in the market. I think we left some behind this morning. Twice. We have we have a quadruple distribution today. I don't think I've ever seen one of those before. Wow. So yeah, we have lots of single prints here today that we left behind, 3 different sections. And so clearly we know, right, something happened this morning that caused this massive change. You might make your argument that it's inflation announcements or jobless numbers or, a technical signal or this or that. I mean, you could have a million reasons as to what you think the change is that took place in the market, but we just know change definitely took place, and that change took us to lower prices. It is extremely bearish to me that we pulled the value area completely below, almost completely below the overnight. That is bearish moving forward. Arthur, what happened to the buyers that kept pushing this market up? Well, really there's 2 options, right? Either they're still sitting in their positions, and the people that are taking profits here are people that bought a long time ago, right? Or they're freaking out, exiting their positions, and that's what's causing the massive sell-off. I know I sound like a smartass when I'm simplifying. They either still hold those shares or they've sold them. Like, yeah, thanks, asshole. We get it. But yeah, I mean, that's all they can be. The people that bought us up to these prices, they're either still holding and they're getting squeezed every day, or they've exited and their downward pressure is part of the reason that we're down at these lower prices. But again, I just remind everybody corrections are a perfectly natural, normal part of the environment, the market environment. And we just go with the flow. You just trade short instead of trading long on the days that the trend is down instead of up. But otherwise, the process is exactly the same. Just a lot scarier. Scott's saying that 50 level is going to be where the moving average is. Let me jump on that and just see real quick. I'm seeing it a little bit lower than that. Probably closer to like 45, but yeah. Confluence. It's a very good thing. This doesn't have to be support right at this level to a tick. It could come down into here a little bit and still act as support. Cue the murder bot. Coming to wipe out some portfolios. If you guys have not yet hit that thumbs up button, now is an excellent time. If you feel like you found any value in what I had to offer today, please smash that like. It's a great way to support the channel. Yeah, design knob literally to the second. I watched the clock strike 12:50 and then ding, it started to bounce around. Murderbot trying to push us into lower prices. Can it get us there? There it goes. Murderbot to the base of the single prince. Dun 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 dun. Do we find support? Or do we break through? Do we break on through to the other side? Scott's going long overnight. My only advice in that trade, not that I give advice on trades, but would be if you open up your account at some point in the overnight and you're up by a whole bunch, move that stop loss up to above break even. Just because, as I said, I do suspect they'll have some sort of counter auction, considering the fact that so many people went into the, went to sleep last night for the overnight market, short. They're going to want to take profits when they get up this morning. So I think you'll have a counter auction, but I don't know if it just finds resistance and then pushes even lower. So play it safe, but it's a good idea. Phoenix, yeah. So the way I trade differs on a case-by-case basis. Sometimes I put targets, and I just wait for the market to trade to those targets. But on a day like today, I just felt like the best trade was getting short with the market in the B period and then staying until the cessation of one time framing. Now, what I did was I kind of took little trades on the way down. So like, let me just scroll back up there real quick for visual representation. So I was like short in the B period and then kind of like, taking off a few contracts, adding a few contracts, taking off a few contracts, adding a few contracts. You know what I mean? Like just kind of selling dips and buying rallies kind of on the way down. But my main position, just riding it all the way to the cessation of one time framing. I did a lot of trading today. A lot of turnover. I'm mentally exhausted. Ready for a nap. If we never get the cessation of one time framing, I mean, that only happens like less than 5% of the time. That's really rare. And I don't think I've ever played it perfectly where like I've stayed in a trade all day. But yeah, technically I should stay in a trend trade until the cessation of one time framing. But you know how it goes, right? Something happens. It looks like the market's making a high and you're like, oh no, I got to get out. And so you exit early. But yeah, technically if the market one time frames all day long, you should stay in your trade all day long. If that's how you trade. Robert, maybe a glass of wine to help me chillax after today. It's not a bad idea. Shri, I'll never tell. Don't you dare ask. You cheeky little so-and-so. And then we'll figure out how to play it tomorrow morning. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Please hit that like button on your way out the door if you have not done so already. And have a great rest of your day. We'll see you all here tomorrow morning. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.